Okay. Thank you for braving the weather and your roads. In Manitowoc, where I teach, it's not nearly as bad. My name is Melvin Johnson. I teach in the Department of Public and Environmental Affairs. Mostly I teach geography and occasionally an anthropology class. What I'm going to talk to you about today has been a subject of concern for me for several years now, and it will be the subject of my forthcoming sabbatical next year. So, let's go back in time a little bit. In October 2017, UW President Ray Cross announced a restructuring of the UW colleges, effectively eliminating that institution and merging the 13 campuses into 7 of the comprehensives. The basis of that move was falling enrollments and the future demographics of the state in terms of future high school enrollments and graduation rates. What he failed to take into account was a scenario of balanced male and female enrollments. If the enrollments of the UW schools was consistent with the state's population, then the total enrollment for the system would jump 8,000 students. Although not a solution to the entire problem, it would have been a step in the right direction. The drop in enrollments in 2020 during the pandemic period saw a drop of enrollment across the UW system except UW-Madison, UW-Parkside, and UW-Green Bay, with all 3 branch campuses having increased enrollments where the other college campuses or off-site campuses of the former colleges saw decreases. Most of the decrease was in male enrollment, 6 times greater than that for females. So here we have a slide. There would have been an increase to 179,000 if we had balanced enrollment. Now, what inspired my interest in this subject? Well, first were several things I noticed on my campus. These are all anecdotal. I noticed that there were few male students at the campus. I also noticed that there were fewer male students in the STEM classes, and I noticed larger enrollments of male students in the pre-college English and math classes. At the same time, I began reading Lionel Tiger's book, Men in Groups. In the prologue to the 2004 or third printing of the book, which was originally published in 1968, Lionel Tiger made the following observation about the change in relations between males and females. He indicates that one of the most consequential areas of change is in education, and that it was increasing. Tiger also indicated that our educational leaders and decision makers have yet to fully confront the very complex and real reasons which indicate why social mobility and occupational security is becoming increasingly smoother for women than men. In other words, getting into the tertiary level of education, completing that education, and getting a position is becoming more challenging for men than women. Part of the problem here originates in primary and secondary educational setting, in the home and in the community at large. So here we have what exactly has changed. Some of the reported changes are that in 2003, York University in Toronto, 68% of the graduate degrees went to women. 2004, Harvard University began admitting more female freshmen than male freshmen. Between 1970 and 2000, the number of women going to college and universities in the U.S. increased by undergraduates increased by 136%, to graduate school increased by 168%, and to professional schools increased by 853%. So Basically, Tiger was saying that he thought was going to happen has started to happen, and that there is, the influential lobbying for affirmative action in science and engineering has been achieved. And in fact, in Wisconsin, 48% of the majors and minors in STEM are female, which is approximately equal to the percentage of females to males in the 18 to 24-year-old group in Wisconsin. So women have made a real leap, and this is good. However, what has not been understood or has not taken place is that there has been any continuing support for men getting into school. Now, others have noticed this too. The Daily Herald in 2014 had an editorial talking about the narrowing the gender gap in scholarship, because there is a widening gap at the moment. Melissa Ben of The Guardian in 2014 also indicated that the gender gap, which is widening, is not only bad for boys but also girls. Sarah McHaney with PBS NewsHour talked a lot about trying to narrow the gender gap. Lopez and Gonzalez for the Pew Research Center talked about women's enrollment gains, which left men behind. And Leslie Stahl for CBS News talked about this as early as 2002. And Schwartz and Hahn in the American Sociological Review in 2014 talked about its effect upon marriage patterns. Leslie Stahl specifically reported about Hanover High School in Massachusetts, where she basically says that this is occurring in all 50 states. There are advanced placement classes which admit only the most qualified students, are 70 to 80% girls, and other indicators show that the boys are being left behind. Sarah McHaney's editorial in 2014 talked about maybe what some of the reasons are. She said girls are more attentive, more organized, and perform better socially and academically, and the gap between girls and boys exceeds that of any other two groups. So if you compared different ethnic groups, different economic groups, this gap is the biggest. By 8th grade, 48% of girls received a mix of A and B grades compared to 31% for boys. There is a psychological toll on boys. Boys are far more likely to be expelled or suspended. And one of the things that's interesting and has to do with our socialization process is that boys are less likely to ask for help than girls. There's also, she reported that fathers, one of the things that needs to happen is that fathers need to spend more time reading to their children, more time helping with homework, and more time attending non-athletic events. What we see oftentimes now is that the fathers, main interest is in going to their son's athletic events as opposed to attending non-athletic events. Schwartz and Hahn in the American Sociological Review made some interesting findings. They did this work between 2005 and 2009. The relative stability of marriages between educational equals has increased. And although they make the indication that 60% of couples with different education, wives had more education than their husbands, there were no signs that this was slowing down. There have been declines in divorce since 1970, which have been concentrated among highly educated women. college graduates in particular, have become less likely than other women to divorce. When it comes to educational equality, one of the things that they pointed out in their article was that it didn't necessarily have to be equal, but that had to be similar. So if the husband got, say, an associate's degree and the wife got a PhD, that didn't indicate a relative instability in the marriage. It just meant that they were more likely to stay together than if he had no education and she had, or he had no tertiary education and she had the PhD or lower. In Lehigh University in 2014, they, in their article, The Reverse Gender Gap, they talked about things going on in the lower grades. Specifically, data showed that boys receive 71% of suspensions. Boys make up 67% of the special ed rooms. Boys are 5 times more likely than girls to be labeled hyperactive, and 30% more likely to flunk or drop out of school. Some educators, and I'm not saying this is for all, but they also posited that some female teachers instinctively reinforce female behavior and fail to acknowledge or even punish the gender-specific behavior of boys. Now, going on, Pew Research Center reported in 2014 that there is a gender disparity in most that's between males and females. It's most pronounced among minority populations, especially among Hispanic and black students. In 1999, they reported that men and women enrolled at college in essentially the same rates. Okay, so in 1999, equal numbers or percentage were male and female. However, 13 years later, those numbers had changed. They followed a group of students from high school and then who enrolled. And what they found was that women, in all cases for Hispanics, blacks, whites, and Asians, there were significant numbers. The highest number of percentage was in terms of the Latin American and black. White males are less likely than their females to enroll in college. And for the first time, we've seen a disparity between Asian males and females, where Asian males are less likely to enroll in college than Asian females. Now, a lot of people say, okay, well, this makes sense because there are more females than males in the United States. Okay? And if you take the total total population, for every 100 females, there are 97 males. So yes, females do outnumber. However, what people forget is that there are more males born than females, 105 males to 100 females, and that ratio, that relationship continues through age 24. And you don't get equal amounts of males and females in terms of the total population until you start hitting ages 37 through 43. Okay, so before that time we have more males than females, and more males are graduating from high school than females. And then after that, I don't know what it is with age 40, perhaps men turn stupid and do things they shouldn't be doing, but they die off, and we now have a population after age 40 of more females than males. So I decided to see first whether it really held true with our situation in Manitowoc. All right, so in 2014 and 15, when I could get the last reliable data, I had an in the high school. The age structure for grades 9 through 12 was 54 to 55% male and 46 to 45% female. Those entering UW-Manitowoc as freshmen was basically reversed. 57% were female. And when I looked at all of the colleges, all 13 campuses, it was 53% female. So the ratio did not carry through from high school to college. But if we look at the state, we see a very similar pattern. If you will notice, between ages 18 and 24, we have a population of 285,000 plus for males, 275,000 plus females. Of that, 100,000 males have high school degrees or high school diplomas, and 78,000 females. A big gap. And where does it change? At the college level. 123,000 males to 135,000 females. And bachelor's degree or higher, 25,000, 26,000 males to 35,000 females. If you look beyond, our population becomes fewer males than females. But again, through the high school years, we have more males than females. But once you get into college, it's always more females than males. At the time of this census, the 18 to 24-year-old population of Wisconsin was 51% male. In the UW system in 2015, when we awarded more than 36,000 degrees, every level, females outnumbered males except for the PhD, and the difference here was 12. So 468 males to 456 females. That has since gone the other way. Of the 36,000 degrees, 20,000 went to females, 16,000 went to males. And if we look at all of the schools this last fall, there were only 2 schools where the males outnumbered the females, Platteville and Stout. And in fact, UW Green Bay is the exception. I mean, it's really, it's 2/3 plus female and 1/3 male. Now, a lot of people have been saying, well, males are going to the tech schools. No. There are more females in the tech schools than there are in males. There are some exceptions. Of the 16 campuses, there are only 6 that have a higher male population. And again, we're not talking huge numbers here of difference. Northeast Wisconsin is one that has more males than females. Where is that little arrow? But we're talking a difference between 11,900 and 11,700. Again, not that much. So, what are the guys saying about this? Why is this bothering them? Are there things that we just don't know? And I think some of it's kind of interesting. So recently, in the Wall Street Journal in September, Douglas Belkin wrote this article, "I Just Feel Lost." And he noted that at the close of the 2021 academic year, women made up almost 60% of the enrollment in U.S. colleges and universities. This is both public and private. Now, the universities have lost students. In the previous 5 years, there was 1.5 million fewer students. Men accounted for 71% of that decline. Applications for the 21-22 school year, this current year, there were basically a million more women that applied than men. And he made the comment, and I think it's a good one, that, everybody's embroiled in debates over racial and gender equality and ways of reducing sexual assault and harassment on women, but they don't have any idea what to do with the retreat of men in higher education. James Shelley, who runs one of the 6 centers for men that you will find on a college campus, and that's all of the colleges, private and public, in the United States, basically interviewed men and see why aren't they coming to school? What seems to be the problem. Okay, so and this is number one is a big one here in Northeast Wisconsin. The allure of a good job out of high school. Males are more likely to get a higher paying job out of high school than females. But except in specific areas like Northeast Wisconsin, these jobs are in decline. And in fact, they estimate that in 20 years, 2/3 of all manufacturing jobs will require at least an associate's degree. Generally, the jobs are hazardous in manufacturing or are physically demanding, and the future prospects 10, 15, and 20 years down the road are not good for the individual. Retooling skills can be difficult later in life. That is going back to school when you're 30, 40, or older. And believe me, I know. I finally got my PhD at age 63. And it's not easier. The whole thing of gender cleansing of boy behavior in kindergarten through 12th grades, this relates primarily to the policy of zero tolerance, zero conflict, which were introduced in the 1990s to respond to the potentially less secure enrollment. But since these policies have been implemented, boys have been the target. 90% of the infractions have been against boys. Gurian and Summers have expressed concern that the pathologizing of boy behaviors has contributed to a classroom of suppression, which negatively affects boys who have a greater reliance on kinesthetic learning style. And to this, Shelley says it is the restrictions on outside recess time and curbing of games favored by boys. According to a University of Michigan study, the number of boys who said they disliked school rose 71% between 1980 and 2001. Third, education as a factor in career success is more important to women. The perception is that the workplace is still a man's world. Shelley indicates that female students believe they need all of the educational backing they can obtain in order to succeed professionally. Department of Education data indicates that 8th and 12th grade girls have higher educational aspirations than boys. Fourth is kind of interesting, Title IX. Although more boys participate in athletics in high school than girls, this practice has effectively governmentally reversed in college. If the college does not have athletic opportunities which reflect the general population of the student body or the population of the region, they are in violation of Title IX for access to resources. And here, colleges played a zero-sum game. In order to provide more resources to women, we had to reduce resources for men. Instead of trying to build up women's programs to the level of men's programs, they decided we'll chop away at men's and give it to women. The indifference to the literacy gap between boys and girls. Boys have consistently lagged behind girls by 1.5 years in reading and writing skills in general. The gap begins in kindergarten with boys exhibiting delayed language development compared to girls. While this establishes an enduring performance gap, it may also engender an early dislike of school. Boys just don't like going to school because they're always behind. They're competing with the girls, even though they may not say so. Women have a more cooperative approach to learning. Men are more independent. Females are more likely to use academic support services than males. They are also more likely to approach a professor or another student for a post-class discussion. It would appear that women are better at developing the web of supportive relationships necessary to achieve success in college. A possible cause for this difference is male bravado, not wishing to display any behavior that resembles a weakness. Shelley and others noted this as a fallacy and that male students actually inflict harm on themselves and women through rigid adherence to historical definitions of masculinity. For male students, channeling appears to be more effective than changing. For example, it is known that K through 12 boys are more likely to cooperate in learning environments that emphasize action-oriented group work. Baltimore's all-boys school, quite famous, the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, has been achieving considerable results in terms of graduation rates in high school and college enrollment rates. Fewer non-governmental financial aid opportunities are available for men. If you do an internet search for college financial aid for women and then do the same for college financial aid for men, no matter how you phrase it, there are more than twice as many possibilities for women than men. So it's harder for men to get money. Now, I'm not saying that we need a war. He certainly was not advocating. But the largest spike in college enrollment for males occurred after World War II, the Korean conflict, and the Vietnam conflict. We have not seen those spikes with the more recent military activity. An embedded belief on college campuses that men are the problem. Whether from a compensatory fixation of the fears that young men are behaving badly and need to be reprogrammed, anti-maleness has become structural on most campuses. As one of Shelley's male freshmen states, "I was welcomed to college by being implicated as a potential rapist." And in many cases, the male students are required to take sexual harassment training. Women are not. And finally, the negative media images of men. If you watch TV commercials which have an interaction between males and females, if there is a depiction of one gender being less intelligent, nearly 100% of the time it will be a male. Funny, yes, but one does wonder about the cumulative effect on our sons. Excuse me. This whole thing of getting older is for the birds. Okay, I'm going to need tech assistance here. This is an indication that there is hope for change. Unfortunately, you'll have to sit through an ad, I think. It's almost done. Hopefully it will.
Exciting new films right here on PBS. Now to the second installment of our week-long series on ideas to transform higher education for students and provide new opportunities. Tonight, Hari Srinivasan reports on why some Latino males are being urged to turn down a job today in favor of 4 years of college tomorrow. The series is called Rethinking College, and it's part of our weekly education coverage, Making the Grade.
If I can have the mentors on one side and the mentees on another.
Graduate student Juan Lopez wants to bring to college campuses what he sees as largely missing, Latino males.
They're not really seen as people who will succeed, especially minority males of color.
I want to go to college.
So on this day, Lopez and undergraduates from the University of Texas at Austin are mentoring high school freshman boys as part of an initiative called Project Males.
Undergraduates mentor high school students, graduate students mentor undergraduate students.
So I'm going to read off a set of questions.
In this exercise, college and high school students move together over shared experiences.
I want to help my family out financially after I graduate high school.
One common concern emerges for both mentors and mentees.
They're expected to be the wage earner in the family.
Emmett Campos directs Project Males' school mentoring programs.
So their expectations that they get perhaps from their family and from their peers is that their goal is to get a job and to earn an income. And so those factors are pulling them away from actually going to college.
Pablo Hall is a high school sophomore and the oldest boy in his family.
I want to make money after high school, so when my mom gets old, I can put her in her house, and my brothers keep them good. I just want to help my family out after high school.
In terms of Latino males.
Even when students get to college, financial obligations can continue to haunt them.
When I was doing the two-job thing, it was really hard, and everybody was excelling in their tests and their homeworks and their projects, and I was starting to fall behind.
Antonio Salmero is a senior at UT Austin.
I felt really discouraged to even be in college. But yeah, the reason why is because, someone's got to pay bills, someone's got to help out, at home. And some of these kids and some of my classes I know haven't even worked a day in their life. So that's always very stressful and discouraging.
Our parents are accustomed to the traditions of Mexico, of Latin America, of Salvador, Guatemala, etc. And over there, you got to work. What puts food on the table is a work. And it's this kind of mental setback that is instilled in our Latino males that makes them have to choose between an education and a job.
Growing up, there was always this cultural belief that a man's worth is defined by his work. There's this sense of machismo in Mexican culture, and machismo is the belief that being a man is providing for your family.
In the U.S., 1 in 4 children are Latino. Economists project that within 4 years, 2/3 of all jobs will require post-secondary education and training beyond high school. Victor Sines, professor at the University of Texas Austin, founded the Project Males Initiative.
The demographic reality of this country and the future population projections suggest that, the current 55 million Hispanics in this country is poised to double in the next 40 to 50 years. I think our future economic prosperity is absolutely linked to the educational outcomes for Latino males.
While Hispanics are the largest and fastest growing minority in the country, they have the lowest educational attainment of any group. The high school graduation rate for Latinos is 71%, but only 15% of Latinos hold bachelor's degrees. And despite significant increases in college enrollment among Hispanics, a troubling trend has emerged. Latino men lag far behind women.
The men of color conversation nationally has really taken root and has gained great momentum. Project Males is rooted in this larger social justice agenda.
Project Males explores the reasons why so many Latino boys stop short of 4-year degrees.
We see that Latino boys are overrepresented in the special education ranks, overrepresented in the school discipline pipeline. And by the time they get to high school and college, their numbers have dwindled to the point where there's not enough of them to really look at student populations.
How you feeling?
Austin High School principal Ty Davidson says mentors are especially important for first-generation students considering college.
There's somebody there who looks like you, may have the same experience as you, about, the anxiety over financial aid, the anxiety of maybe moving away from home, saying it's going to be okay, we're going to do it together.
How are y'all doing today?
Project Male's mentors spend a lot of time talking to young men about the economic realities of being an unskilled worker.
We show them the data. We provide them with information about degrees and how they translate into incomes, into salaries.
At Gus Garcia Middle School, mentors talk dollars and cents.
So just wanted to ask y'all if any of y'all have an idea of how much the minimum wage is right now. $12 an hour? 15 an hour? $10 an hour? So I guess minimum wage is probably a little over $14,000 a year. Does that sound like a lot of money?
No, $14,000 is barely enough to buy a car.
Do you think you could live off of that?
No.
We talk about, have you thought about what that car is going to cost? Have you thought about what that house is going to cost?
There are times where I have felt I want to drop out of school.
Pablo Hall, who was thinking of dropping out of high school as a freshman, says Project Males has made a difference.
The mentors, they're good. When I need help, they help me with it. You can tell the mentees what's going on.
At the same time, Antonio Salmero says mentoring high school students helped him when he thought of leaving college.
I see myself pushing this idea of self-responsibility, of self-reliance, and determination onto myself, much like I do want to make them realize that as well.
The program hopes some of its graduate students will return to college campuses as professors, a career also largely underrepresented by Latino men. I'm Hari Srinivasan for the PBS NewsHour.
So you can see it's geared towards one specific group in one specific area, but it recognizes the need to do something, and they've recognized it within the community. It's one thing for me, an old white guy, to say a lot of things. It's something else to have somebody who is part of that community identify with what you're dealing with. Okay, so what can I or we say so far? 1, males are less likely to attend college or university than females. The trend is increasing, and in fact, recently The Economist predicted that based upon pre-pandemic conditions, the last male to get a bachelor's degree would be in 2068 in the United States. The difference is not defined ethnically or socioeconomically. However, it is more pronounced among minorities. Regional differences do exist, with more males than females attending colleges and universities in areas that emphasize agriculture, engineering, and law enforcement. These areas like the Great Plains or the Great Basin. The reasons for change are very many, and they have happened historically, and somewhere down the line, we've got to make the change if we want to reverse this. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done on my part to more fully understand the statistics. My goal for the next 2 years includes completing an analysis of the college and university annual reports between 1990 and 2020. And finally, it should be noted that this is not just an issue in the United States. It's also been reported in Australia, Canada, the UK, and I was just talking with a colleague in South Africa, and they are starting to see the same trend. So it appears to be something that is not just based on economics, but is also based on political conditions. Specifically in terms of STEM, as I reported to you, I just found out in October that the number of women in STEM in the University of Wisconsin system is nearly equal to that of men, 48%. However, there still needs to be more work done to recruit female majors and minors in those specific disciplines. Theoretically, in Green Bay, 60 to 70% of all majors and minors should be in STEM, because that would represent the population of the school. All the while this is being done to market to females, we also need to change how we market to the general population, so we can direct our efforts to increasing the enrollment of males. And in our region, 52% of the population in the 16-county area is male in the 18 to 24-year cohort. So why is no one doing anything about that, especially in an area like ours? Politically, it's suicide. Nobody wants to talk about men going to college. We're still very much in the mode of affirmative action for females, and I'm not saying that that's not good. I certainly am a feminist, and I am a great supporter of women's equal access, but I don't want to see the whole issue of males being supported in this also equally addressed. There are many reasons for this. It's systemic. It has to address issues of education, not only in the college and university level, but also K through 12. There needs to be efforts to increase enrollment into college by all groups, and there also needs to be an increase in graduation rates, especially for minority males. They reported 71% of the male Latin American students in this area graduated from high school. That's unacceptable. It needs to be much higher. And even though we have fairly high graduation rates of our males in Wisconsin from high school, we don't see that translating into enrollments in colleges and universities. The other thing is, besides being politically suicidal, it's a dangerous subject. When I first started this and I reported it to my colleagues in geography and at national meetings, they said, you know, it's a good thing you're at the end of your career, because this could spell the end of your career. And so, yeah, I'm an old man, and I'm jumping up and down when I can. But I think guys deserve a chance, and I don't see that we're doing anything to enhance that. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions? Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And then we talk about the leaky pipeline. Great conversation, illuminating. A lot of the guys in the class, and there were about, I would say 50-50, but only because we have the substantial international student population. Mm-hmm. Mostly male. And there would be a lot of self-described woke men. They would notice, they'd pay attention to class, come back to ours and say, oh, we're seeing a lot of half and half, but this is early on, and you would see a similar frustration on the side from women who were very much aware of these and could come up with all sorts of situations going through public school in the current day. What was frustrating for them was that
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't work. Meanwhile, the guys, when you say just an informal, so what got you into engineering? I don't know, didn't really have a choice. So there was this, we see this also in my children. You know, when they were going through high school, their choices were engineering, education, or nursing.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of guess which direction everyone was steered. And so the only thing again, this isn't really a question, but just kind of a side addition. And you kept noticing this sadness. I don't know another word for it.
Mm-hmm.
This sort of, I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I'm in college. I'm here because I was told I had to. And so connecting that with the high suicide rates, high drug overdose rates in the U.S., there just seems to be this epidemic, and the word epidemic is used to describe these numbers. Education hasn't really, we haven't, as educators, been able to come forth and say, you have a place here.
Mm-hmm.
And as an instructor, it's hard to pay attention to those details in the classroom. Wondering what you've seen.
I have seen very, very similar. Although the subject I teach is just now getting to be recognized, although historically it's always been recognized as a viable discipline for women. The men take my classes because they assume they're the easiest and they can get at least a decent grade. And then when they take their first test, they realize that assumption is wrong. But no, I hear what you're saying, and I have a grandson who is right now in high school, and he is so lost. He has no direction, and when I talk to advisors, I say, well, you know, what do you suggest for students? You know, the remote campuses are basically access campuses. This is where you go to get ready to go. And even though the administration may say something else, this is what everybody knows in the community. This is where you start. But when they advise women, the women have a lot more direction on what they want than the men. The men appear to be lost. Just like Belkin said, the title of his article, I just feel lost. And one of the things I'm kind of curious about is the return student rate in male populations versus females. Yeah, a lot of them go into go into jobs, and I don't necessarily find that a bad thing if you don't know what you're doing. At least you've got some resources to kind of help you figure these things out. And college education is horribly expensive. Wisconsin especially, the two-year college rate tuition was 5 times greater than the closest community college tuition in other states, which I found really interesting. But the fact is that they feel directionless. This whole thing of the whole thing of androgyny, trying to make sure that you can feel like you are being an acceptable human being, taking on your role in terms of child rearing, household duties, being a real equal in a marriage or a relationship. It's not that it's not a good thing, it is a good thing. But when you have people who have such strong identity models that don't reflect that, it's energy. It requires a lot of energy to get you through that. I've had to deal with many students who wanted to go into geography, but parents said, no, you will either go into accounting or law or engineering, something that I can see that you're going to be making good money. And even though I could point out jobs, And for the sports enthusiasts, you know, especially up here, Amon Green was a geography major at the University of Nebraska. So it's always been kind of this, you know, preconceived notions of what your children are supposed to do, and breaking away. Because even with the Latin American males, the whole thing of machismo is so strongly ingrained in the community. It really is. The African American community, you find something very similar in the responsibility of the man in the family, or the eldest male in the family. And that doesn't include going to school. It includes getting a good job. I've taught on Native American reservations, well, 3. And one of the things I found really interesting was that the community and the family supported their women going to college. They would actually they would not support the men. Men had obligations to the tribe, to the family, to the community. But the women were given liberty to forego those obligations to get a degree. So it was very frustrating to see really talented men drop out of school or never go to school to further what they wanted to do. So, yeah, I hear you. And when I was talking, I did a presentation on this at the International Geographical Congress, and it was kind of heartening, but also disheartening to hear people from Hungary and Russia and South Africa say, you know, we've noticed the same thing, and we don't know what to do about it. But we do know that what's good for women in terms of education for themselves, having an educated male population is also good for them. It's not an either or. And frankly, the political extremist groups in this country are largely composed of undereducated males, frustrated males. And that's frightening. That really is. Yes.
A number of students come in as freshmen, history majors, high-eyed and unsure. A few years later, handing tables in the union that were questionable.
Yeah, I understand.
And you wonder what happened, you know, like what's this transformation?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't claim to have the answers, but insights. It's remarkable.
Yes, it is. It's very remarkable. And it's, personally, for me, it's very frightening. Any other questions or comments, please? Even from you, I see a hand up. Okay, sorry, I can't see past these lights.
I noticed that a lot of the statistics were from 2015 to 2017. Is there any difference between those years and 2020 or 2021?
There does not appear to be anything. If anything, it's exacerbated. But yeah. Now that's one of the things I'm going to be doing on my sabbatical is updating all my stats. I find it interesting. I mean, I have written to the president of the UW system. I have written to the chancellor here. I have communicated with the Board of Education in Manitowoc, and right now I don't expect them to pay any attention to me because they're dealing with a whole other issue of CRT. But I've had one response from a group, a civic group, the Rotary Club in Manitowoc, who were very interested and very wanting to do something to engage more men, to encourage them to go on to school, and I think they may actually have some things going, that they're actively seeking ways to do that. But it's frustrating when you can't get anybody to pay attention. And I'm not sure what it's going to take to get people to pay attention. I think we are so set against encouraging males and only encouraging females. And really, it's not a zero-sum game. If you take away from males and give it all to females, half of the population becomes underserved. You need to do both. But it is hard, very hard. I don't claim it to be easy. No, I have not found that. I mean, I've found some statistics on the number of non-trads, so returning students, but, or what they call adult learners. I guess when you're an undergrad, you're not an adult. But it hasn't been, I mean, they've broken it down. In some institutions, they've broken it down in terms of, you know, what has to be reported to the federal government. But in terms of, you know, taking aggregate data, working it together, there has not been, you know.
I think that's where we're not tapping into. I hate to, you know, put a price tag on it, but this is where we're lacking. We don't. I think there are, especially in this state.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you know, our agriculture, our manufacturers are shifting to automation, or independent farms are closing. It's really changing, and you know why we're not offering professional certificates or advanced degrees or even finishing. MATC down in Milwaukee had a program where it's like even if you've just taken half a class, we will bring you in, pay for your education, just come and finish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because there was such a lack of training.
Yes,
They're
definitely.
valuable employees. Yet, in the meantime, you have an entire men and women who are going, there's nothing out there. There are no good jobs that treat me with respect.
Yeah. Well, and right now, when there's such a labor shortage, the manufacturers are less inclined to support their their employees. They may say so, but when you're working 60 hours a week, just how much time and energy do you have to concentrate on advancing a degree? It's really demanding. But I mean, when we were the colleges and separate, we had a really strong relationship with the Coast Guard. We had an agreement signed with them. We also had agreements with Manitowoc Crane and with Holy Family to bring their people. We actually offered to go and teach on their facilities. And that was of some interest, and it was very helpful, and we got a lot of students, non-traditional students or returning students, who needed to get a certificate, needed to get that little extra bit. Right now I have a returning student who, he is a teacher, and he needs to get his social science certificate, or whatever they call it, endorsement. And so he's taking my class so he can do that. And there are lots of people that are in that kind of situation. They need a little bit, sometimes they need a lot. But it's very hard. We aren't keeping track of them. I know we're not keeping track of the statistics associated with returning students. We have all students. And when we were the colleges, we had a specific year, age. If you were 23 or over, you were considered a returning student, so there was this place to start. I don't see that now. It's just aggregate all the way across. It's assuming that everybody's in the same boat. So. I wish there were more schools that had men's centers, where men could go, young men could go to seek counseling if they needed it. Young men could go where they could get the tutoring or meet as a group. But, there is that whole independence thing that we have to deal with, and it takes resources, it takes money to start those things up and keep them going. And it has to have a director that's really active and gets to know the student body. Anything else? Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And to all of those of you who are streamed, you can turn off. All right. Thank you very much.
and other 1840s human rights struggles. My name is Dr. Nesvet, and I'd like to introduce students in the upper level English course Literary Eras, the Hungry 40s, who are going to tell you about their original research. What do we mean by the Hungry 40s? In 1904, activist and historian Jane Cobden Unwin published a book of transcribed oral histories of life in 1840s rural England, so the generation immediately before she was born, titled The Hungry 40s. This term has since come to describe the 1840s, a decade characterized by mass starvation and protests throughout Britain and Ireland. In the 1840s and 50s in Ireland, mismanagement of the Great Famine killed about 1 million Irish people and forced at least another 1 to 2 million to emigrate, frequently to the United States. The same decade saw the Chartist movement, during which working class people demanded the expansion of voting and other rights. In 1839, 1842, and 1848, Parliament rejected 3 Chartist petitions and with them meaningful democracy. Paradoxically, the Hungry 40s was also a decade of memorable literature, including Dickens's A Christmas Carol, the novels of the Bronte sisters, and the heyday of the Penny Dreadful or cheap illustrated fiction serial. On a mass scale, British and Irish people demanded subsistence and more, suffrage or voting rights and education, as one political leader, William Levitt, indicated in the title of his autobiography. He was one of the Chartist leaders. The life and struggles of William Levitt in his pursuit of bread, knowledge, and freedom. Today, students will share their original research that explores connections between the social justice struggles of the 1840s and the literature produced in and about that decade. Why should the Hungry 40s matter to us now? What can its literature and cultural memory tell us about struggles for bread, freedom, and knowledge, which is to say, truthful information? Let's find out. And we're going to hear first from Jacob Stuzinski about material wealth in 1840s hunger.
Hello. Literature in the 1840s can show us how material wealth worked during this time period. The biggest examples that we learned about in our class have been A Christmas Carol, written by Charles Dickens, and The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands, written by Mary Seacole. The Corn Laws had a huge impact on how food was looked at during this time period, with the laws starting in 1816 and finally ending in 1846. These Corn Laws were made up of tariffs and heavy taxes on imported food, which made the food in Britain much more valuable and needed during this time period. The story A Christmas Carol is a piece of literature about a mean, rich old man who ends up meeting the spirits of Christmas past, present, and future. From these experiences with the ghosts, he learns how to be a better person and how to help those who weren't as privileged. Throughout this story, material wealth shows up the most when food is brought up. When the Cratchit family have their family dinner, Christmas dinner, they have applesauce, potatoes, stuffing, goose, what seems to be a very small meal for a family of 8, but this was an affordable option for Christmas dinner at the time. The author, Charles Dickens, lived in a very similar family to the Cratchits, with him being the second of 8 children. Throughout his youth, they lived with many financial difficulties, enough so that when he was 12, he worked in a factory that handled shoe polish. Soon after, his father had to live in a debtor's prison, so the rest of his family moved to live near the prison. This left Charles Dickens alone, working with whatever job he could to survive, which influenced his perspective of wealth on the time. A Christmas Carol was released in 1843, when Charles Dickens was 31, meaning a lot of his life's perspective and experiences show in the story. His perspective on material wealth shows up in the story, with the Cratchits' Christmas meal, as well as having the end of the story being wish fulfillment to an extent. At the end of the story, Scrooge ends up buying an entire turkey for the Cratchits, without having to think even once about the price. This shows how little the Corn Laws affected the wealthy. These laws just made the middle and lower classes struggle more to survive. This change that Scrooge went through was something that, if it did occur to all the wealthy in reality at the time, would have helped a lot of people. If those who could vote, the landowners, came together and decided to help those who struggled with these laws by trying to change or get rid of them earlier, the 1840s would have had much less hunger. The second biggest example on material wealth I found during this class would be in The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands. This was an autobiography written by Mary Seacole in 1857, quite a bit of time after the Corn Laws. She was a nurse from the Caribbean who ended up helping the British during the Crimean War. The big example in her autobiography about material wealth is about thievery during the Crimean War. During the time we were in the Crimea, we lost over a score of horses, 4 mules, 80 goats, many sheep, pigs, and poultry by thieving alone. This quote from the story best explains how much people struggled with material wealth during this time. Some of this thieving was committed by the British soldiers, which showed how little these soldiers were valued, enough so that they had to steal to survive. Their careers and lives weren't worth the material wealth from the government to thrive. These people had to fight for material wealth, both literally and metaphorically, to live. These examples best show how material wealth in literature can be a reflection on the real world, even if they are based in fiction.
Heather Haberland. Heather's talking about A Christmas Carol's invisible and ghostly truth.
So many people know the story A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, but they don't really know the hidden truths and secrets that Dickens is trying to show in his story. So first, you must look at the characteristics of a ghost. Many people know that ghosts can be considered to be invisible because we do not see them, and they come back to haunt people many times. Besides the 3 ghosts that we see in A Christmas Carol that Dickens writes about, there are also some ghosts that Dickens includes that are not completely obvious to readers. The 2 of them that I found while doing research are Scrooge himself and the money or the economic system. So characteristics, there are some obvious characteristics that make Scrooge up to be a ghost. On page 8, Dickens writes, Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. Another quote by Dickens states, external heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather could chill him. This shows that Scrooge can be considered a ghost because he stays away from people and keeps to himself, and he doesn't seem to feel warmth or cold, just like a ghost doesn't. Dickens gives Scrooge ghostly characteristics to make him more scary and believable to readers, so readers can see the truth Dickens is trying to uncover. An article called Eternal Returns, A Christmas Carol's Ghosts of Repetition by Brandon Chitwood shows how Dickens portrays Scrooge as a ghost that haunts people every year at Christmas. Chitwood shows how Scrooge haunts people into seeing the truth about Christmas and how it is more than just spending money and socializing. In his article, he writes, Scrooge may be the ultimate haunted man, but he's also both inside his text and out, the haunting man. And every year, A Christmas Carol begins by coming back as well, forcing us to confront its dialectical, materialistic hero/villain, Ebenezer Scrooge, over and over again. Scrooge is a ghost we can expect to be haunted by for as long as his world is ours. Chitwood is showing that Scrooge haunts people every year into seeing how Christmas is more than just people spending money or getting together, and it's showing that there's also struggles at Christmas, and some people struggle during Christmas time when it comes to buying gifts for their family and other stuff. The second ghost that can be seen in A Christmas Carol is the money or the economic system. An article titled Dickens' Ghosts, Invisible Economies in Christmas by Andrew Smith shows how money is a huge issue during this time period and how it can also be invisible and like a ghost in A Christmas Carol. Smith writes, it is by examining Dickens' representation of ghosts in economic terms that we can read the story against the supernatural grain, and in doing so, identify the presence of an unresolved apora in his thinking, which relates to perception, time, and the fluctuations of the new economic volatilities, money. During A Christmas Carol, there's an encounter with Marley. Dickens writes, it was a long and wound about him like a tale, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, our cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. and Marley's also attached with chains. Smith shows that the encounter with Marley makes visible what capitalism tries to render invisible, namely the labor which is inherent to and so sublimated within the process of commodity production. So by showing the encounter with Marley, Scrooge is showing how the working people are kind of invisible and they're held down just like Marley is with chains. By showing the encounter with Marley, Dickens is uncovering the truth about what the working people go through at Christmas time, and he shows how the economic system is like a ghost to many because many people don't see the truth about it or they ignore it during Christmas time, mainly the poor people. A Christmas Carol can be read in this light as an account of how the system can and cannot be seen. By seeing Dickens' invisible ghost in A Christmas Carol, readers are able to see the truths about Christmas that Dickens is trying to show readers.
Keely Palmer, who is going to talk about A Christmas Carol reimagined for the Chartist Papers, a revision written by Keely Palmer, Indigo Ramirez, Rachel Sankey, and August Weidner.
Thank you. So we have heard about the way people live during this time from Jacob, and Heather has shown us Scrooge's invisibility and ghost-like features. But when we were challenged to write a different ending to A Christmas Carol, a group of us decided that it was well past time for Scrooge to come out of his cloak of invisibility. How would he have taken the knowledge that he gained from these ghostly experiences and put that to good use? Would he have become part of the Chartist movement? Would he have vocally opposed the Corn Laws? How would he have used his wealth to benefit the greater good? Of course, A Christmas Carol was published in 1843, a time when official and unofficial Chartist papers were being published. One of these papers was Reynolds' Miscellany. Good. This rewrite could have been featured in a paper like this. But our group was a group of creative writers, so of course we're going to use some creative liberty with this and modernize it up a little bit. We added some humor that may have not been acceptable at the time, but don't worry, I'll make sure you know when that is. I'll just do like a casual turn away, and you'll be able to tell when it's humor that we added in versus what would have actually been published in the Chartist papers. So now what you've all been waiting for, this story that we have. After Scrooge wakes up from his dream, he decides to go into town and see what people are talking about. He runs into William Cuffy, a Chartist leader. Cuffy tells Scrooge that voting is important for all men. Scrooge is like, "Fuck yeah, I def want the poor people to vote." On his journey to help, he reflects on his own life and realizes that the Corn Laws that place tariffs and trade restrictions on food, were stupid, and that they shouldn't be a thing. William Cuffy says that the best way to help is to recruit more people to sign the charter, including women, because he is a feminist suffragette queen. He realizes that being Ebenezer is enough, and takes down Marley's sign and places it in a chest to remember his dearly departed friend and potential lover. Now that Marley's sign is retired, he realizes that he is old. He wants to leave a lasting legacy, so he rewrites his will to benefit his friends and found family and the Chartist movement. 20 years later, after Scrooge dies, Victorian starvation Christmas literature is not a thing anymore, and Bah Humbug is now a positive refrain that memorializes Scrooge and his lasting impact on Victorian life. Everyone clinks and drinks as Scrooge is now the heart of Christmas. As you can see, we took some creative liberties and modernized it a bit. So, the Chartist movement and the world at the time might have not jumped on this suffragette, feminist, LGBTQIA plus train, but we wanted to make this old white guy a little bit more relatable. Thank you.
Thank you. So Carlin Lowe is going to speak about Speranza and Reimer Britain's imperial impact.
I don't know how I'm going to top that, but we'll try it. So, my grandmother, who was as Irish as they came, never left any crumbs on her plate. And although I never really got to ask her why this was, I think after taking this class and after knowing my own Irish ancestry, I can piece it together. British imperialism was concurrent during the Irish famine of 1845 to historically 1852, and Ireland was not excluded from this expansion of imperial power. And literary works from the 1840s suggest that Britain is partially to blame for the famine, but also for the divides amongst its own people. Speranza and James Malcolm Rymer, in their respective works The Famine Year and Sweeney Todd, suggest that British imperialism had a severe impact on not only the continuation of the famine, but also impacted the British people themselves and turned them into classist animals. Michael Hector in Internal Colonialism, Alien Rule and Famine in Ireland and Ukraine, wrote that Ireland was, quote, or that Ireland was ruled by, quote, one alien ruler, unquote. And this language is echoed from Speranza's or Jane Elgey's poem, The Famine Year. Published in 1847, which was the worst year of the famine on record, Speranza uses alien rule to specifically point a finger towards the British. Quote, accursed are we in our own land, yet we still in toil, but the stranger reaps our harvest and the alien owns our soil, unquote, lines 28 through 29. Britain's alien rule was an exploitative one, where economic profit and the harvest that was produced in Ireland mattered more than the Irish lives at stake. And the poem, and through the use of alien rule, is putting the burden of the famine and the mass starvation that was occurring on the British. And Speranza is therefore suggesting that the British imperialistic agenda is to partially blame for the continuation of this devastation. James Malcolm Rymer, in his novel The String of Pearls, which we all commonly more known as Sweeney Todd, suggests that British imperialism had impacts on the nation's own people. So Sweeney Todd was published in 1846 and 1847 during the famine, and the cannibalistic design of the pie shop is used to suggest something about society. Quote, no, the enjoyment is purely one of physical character, that to eat one of Lovett's pies was such a provocative to eat another, unquote, page 26. The lawyers who eat Miss Lovett's pies are depicted as animals who run to this pie shop and stuff their stomachs with these human meat pies and then go home to defend the laws that take food away from people, such as the Irish and such as the own English citizens. By using this symbolism in his novel, Rymer is suggesting that Britain's imperial agenda has turned its own citizens into classist animals that are capable of causing mass starvation abroad and on their own soil. Synthesizing then, we take away that there is a devastating imperialistic impact that is to be examined when studying the famine, and that maybe the potato blight is not the only reason as to why the famine occurred. Thank you.
Janelle Fisher will talk about Corn Law era cannibalism.
How hungry would you have to be before you would consider eating another person? What political or economic circumstances could make you that desperate? For you, it's probably easy to think of these as purely hypothetical questions, but for people living in Britain in the 1840s, these represented very real struggles they were facing. The Corn Law, first implemented in Britain in 1815, restricted the import of corn and other grain in an attempt to increase sales of domestic crops. In subsequent years, when harvests began to fail and such crops grew scarce, this meant that many people could no longer afford the foods that were once a staple in their diets. In response to this crisis of poor, starving people, the new Poor Law was established in 1834 and allowed for the formation of workhouses, where people who were unable to provide for themselves could go and receive assistance in return for their work. It is important to recognize that both of these laws were passed under a political system in which many people, especially the people who were most significantly affected by these laws, did not have the right to vote. Also at this time, Chartists were gathering support and pushing for a new political system in which everyone, regardless of their land-owning capabilities, had a right to vote. Had the charter become law, poor people would have had the opportunity to vote on these laws that directly impacted them, instead of having their fate determined by privileged people who were unlikely to experience the impact of their own decisions. The people who turned to workhouses for assistance in their desperate times often found themselves put in an even more desperate situation when the workhouses failed to adequately provide for them. Reports of cannibalism began to come out of workhouses across the country. At a workhouse in Andover in 1845, workers were said to be so deprived of food that they had been reduced to gnawing rancid animal bones. Later investigations revealed that although most of the bones were from horses and other animals, they even included some from churchyards occasionally. St. Paul's workhouse was said to have fed its workers a soup full of human bones. This story would later become the focal point of a song, The Poor Workhouse Boy. A rumor spread from a workhouse in Kent that workhouse children were being made into pies, and in Lancashire it was reported that the starving multitudes had been forced to dig up and consume diseased meat. Although the incident in Andover was investigated and later confirmed by testimonies from the workers there, many of these reports were unsubstantiated, but they were reported on anyways. Chartist newspapers were especially guilty of spreading stories of cannibalism, whether they had been confirmed or not, because they saw the potential to create a widespread fear that they could use to their advantage. The people in workhouses who were forced to turn to cannibalism just to survive were not heathen savages, but English men and women. Indeed, some of them had known better days and had once been quite prosperous. Stories of workhouse cannibalism sparked a great fear in the people of Britain, because cannibalism was previously thought to be an indicator of a less civilized places and people, but now it was happening in their own country and they were forced to confront that. Chartist newspapers reported indiscriminately on rumors of cannibalism because they could capitalize on the fear they were creating, regardless of whether those rumors turned out to be true. Once that seed of fear had been planted and grown in the minds of the public, Chartists could offer up their political agenda as a solution to that fear. They wrote that the problem was not that workers were turning into cannibals, but rather that the commercial system itself was essentially cannibalistic. It was the hope of the Chartists that fears of cannibalism would provide local rumors with the charge necessary to break through a wall of indifference. They hoped that a person who feared cannibalism and continued hearing rumors about it might support the Chartist movement, even if they were previously indifferent to it, if they were able to convince them that supporting the Chartist movement would solve their fear of cannibalism. Chartist newspapers fed the public the gory details of cannibalism that may or may not have been happening in workhouses so that people would turn to them for solutions. They boasted that to put an end to the present cannibal system, we will have universal suffrage. For Chartists, reporting on every rumor of workhouse cannibalism and blaming it on the Corn Law or the New Poor Law allowed them to manipulate the public into supporting their movement to give everyone the right to vote, so that laws such as those might not exist in the future, and the cannibalism that they've created such a fear of would stop occurring.
About vegetarian misinformation.
The vegetarian diet was a trend in Victorian England that was mentioned in a multitude of writings released during this time period. While the diet gained some traction in writings during this time, misinformation began to spread as it was passed from one person to another. This misinformation was perceived as factual and influenced several writers during this period. One example of writing influenced by vegetarianism and the misinformation accompanying it is James Malcolm Rymer's Sweeney Todd. During the time that Sweeney Todd was written, Rymer was writing for the magazine Reynolds Miscellany. The magazine published an editorial on vegetarianism that was misleading and contained misinformation about the vegetarian diet. Rymer's Sweeney Todd contains misinformation about vegetarianism that likely came from Reynolds Miscellany editorial on the topic. Both Sweeney Todd and the editorial piece spread misinformation about vegetarianism by portraying those who eat meat as more likely to catch disease and illness. In the editorial, it is stated that there is always a much greater febrile and putrescent tendency in living bodies of those who subsist mostly on animal food than in those who subsist wholly on pure vegetable aliment. This perception that meat eaters are more likely to become ill is shown in the novel Sweeney Todd, in which illness from meat is often an excuse to explain Tobias's many absences from work. Also, it is also shown that customers at the pie shop who overindulge in minced meat pies later become sick after ingesting too much meat. In Sweeney Todd, disease from illness is depicted as a punishment for overeating, which aligns with the concept of greed that is also discussed in the editorial. The editorial suggests that meat eaters eat multiple pounds of meat in one day, while their vegetarian counterparts can be satisfied with a single pound of bread. This portrayal makes meat eaters appear greedy and wasteful, and that they require more resources in food than vegetarians do. This portrayal of meat eaters as being greedy is also shown in Sweeney Todd, as Ben the Beefeater requests multiple pounds of meat from Miss Oakley as a snack. Miss Oakley makes the suggestion that Ben could breed a famine, and repeatedly remarks that Ben is wasteful. The editorial addresses this greed by stating, "A person living on animal food requires a larger quantity of air for respiration and consumes a greater portion of oxygen than he who feeds on vegetable diet alone." This quote figuratively suggests that meat eaters are wasteful and could use up fewer resources, such as oxygen, if they ate a diet that consisted of more, if not all, vegetables. The misinformation that is presented in Reynolds' Miscellany editorial may have led Reimer to depict, Reynolds' Miscellany editorial may have led Reimer to depict meat eaters in a negative light based on non-factual information, such as that meat eating leads to greed and disease. Through this story, false information continues to impact people by giving them misconceptions about the vegetarian diet. That's it.
Mariah Bielbaum will talk about the string of pearls, Joanna's male persona's gender truth.
Okay, so after hearing a little snippets of Sweeney Todd here and there, I thought we should more dive into it. So I wanted to look at the truth specifically in Sweeney Todd. There's multiple of them, but I want to look at Johanna specifically. Now, when we think of Sweeney Todd, we think of that Johnny Depp Broadway musical that was called the movie Sweeney Todd, Demon Barber of Fleet Street in 2007. That's completely wrong. It's not the same as the book at all. I watched it. It's different, but it has a chronological order of how it got there. However, the beginning one was a fictional story published as a Penny Dreadful serial in 1846 to 47. The plot concerns a disappearance of a sailor named Lieutenant Thornhill, last seen entering Sweeney Todd's establishment on Fleet Street. Thornhill was bearing a gift of a string of pearls to a girl named Johanna Oakley on the behalf of her missing lover, Mark Ingestry, who was presumed lost at sea. One of Thornhill's seafaring friends, Colonel Jeffrey, is alerted to the disappearance of Thornhill by his faithful dog and investigates his whereabouts. He is soon joined by Johanna, who wants to know what happened to Mark, and eventually she becomes dressed up as a boy, other known as Charlie Green, to find out what happened. So Johanna has lost the love of her life, known as Mark Ingestry, and harbors aspects from him in her new male persona, Charlie Green, but exposes the truth of increased freedom of the opposite gender. Gender Trouble by Judith Butler, 1999, quotes, "The loss of an other whom one desires and loves is overcome through a specific act of identification that seeks to harbor that other within the very structure of the self." So as Johanna lost the love of her life, she was desperate to have that part of him back with her. So she took up parts of him to have him with her. She took parts of him with her. So in the book, she states her point of persuasion, if you would say so, to be a male. On page 221, so it will be seen as partly despair and partly a kind of presentiment she had that success would attend her enterprise that induced her to go to Sweeney Todd's. So it was partly despair because she lost the love of her life, and it was part presentiment. So she wanted to find the love of her life, but also there was also that underlying aspect of freedom that she could have. Further on, after Sir Richard Browne, which was a judge at the time, not acknowledging Johanna's gender performance is dangerous, but allows her to know that she's safe. It is quoted on page 231 to 232. He wrote in a letter, "Miss Johanna Oakley, you have with great chivalry of spirit embarked in a very dangerous enterprise. An enterprise which, considering your youth and your sex, would have been left to others, and it is well that others are in a position to watch over you and ensure your safety." So upon hearing that she is safe, because she is in Sweeney Todd's barbershop, which we all know is linked to the delicious pies, she knows that she's safe. So therefore, she becomes more brave with her actment of being a male, which some would question, is it really an act if that's who she wants to be all along? Eventually, Johanna's feelings and thoughts change on her gender performance after that letter. And quoted in 232, Johanna read this letter certainly with most unmitigated surprise, and yet there was a glow of satisfaction in her mind as she pursued it. And the difference in her feelings, now that she was assured of protection, was certainly something wonderful and striking. It was striking because as she was above this shop, little did she know that her love of her life was below the shop, and she rose higher in a hierarchy system because she was Charlie Green, and the love of her life was a prisoner stuck underneath. So that happened, and Johanna became the male that she wanted to be, and a very brave person, and eventually had to give that up when she had to marry Mark and Jestry.
Indigo Ramirez is going to talk about gluttony and greed in the Hungry 40s.
Publications during the hungry 1840s reflected a hunger for validation and fulfillment. Two specific genres, the Penny Dreadfuls and the Christmas Annuals, portrayed these values in vastly divergent ways. They also presented different versions of the truth of the food situation during the hungry 40s. The representations of gluttony were present in both forms of media, although its depiction tended to be cost-effective. Christmas annuals were traded among the middle and upper classes, those with enough money to be guilted into taking pity on the less fortunate, who suffered all year long but could only have special attention during a holiday. These works were marketed toward the audience that would sympathize with a miserly character and view them as a soul to be saved through goodwill. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is an excellent example of this. The protagonist has too much money and no heart for other people, so he has to be taken on a parade of poverty to warm his heart and convince him that other people are worth his time, a classic Christmas truth. And when asked if he would be willing to support the people who were suffering outside, he asked, "Are there no prisons?" "Plenty of prisons." "Are there no workhouses?" They tell him there are. And he asks, "Is the treadmill on the poor law still in good vigor?" He receives a positive response, and he says, "Oh, I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course." So clearly he doesn't really care about the people that they were asking him to care about. The Penny Dreadfuls were very different. They were works of serialized fiction that were the predecessor to modern comic books. They cost 1 penny and were widely popular among the working class and were critiqued for having outrageous content. Wild fantasies of adventure and transportation to a fictional world for a low, low price, but this content reflected the desire of the classes they were advertised to, which is likely the cause of the disconnect between the critics and the content. They were designed to be accessible and designed to be enjoyed by the whole family. Sweeney Todd was an excellent example of the wild fantasy adventure, and this story about a barber who robs and butchers his victims is very different, obviously, from A Christmas Carol. His apprentice, Tobias Ragg, and his adversary, Johanna, search for the truth about his gruesome practice and hunger for justice for his victims. Sweeney Todd's gluttonous need for personal gain is all-consuming and victimizes the working class and strips them of their hard-earned belongings, a parallel to the corporate greed taking advantage of those trying to survive in tense economic conditions. Both of these genres of fiction appeal to a sense of justice and a condemnation of gluttony, but from different sides of a coin. those who partake and those who are consumed. Thank you.
Tabitha Zwicky is going to speak next about the memory of the Hungry 40s in trauma literature.
Good morning. Over the course of this semester, I have found myself particularly interested in the representation of trauma in each of the different pieces of literature that we've read, and many of which have been already discussed here today. But more precisely, I became fascinated by the ways these representations of trauma have impacted the cultural memory of the famine. And I have realized that, to some extent, the memory of the Great Irish Famine has been defined by the traumatic legacy, which has been predominantly shared and continued through this literature of the famine. In studying this topic, I was really drawn to two poets in particular, Speranza, who is also commonly known as Lady Jane Wilde, and Yvonne Boland. Despite the fact that neither poet personally experienced the catastrophic starvation of the famine, and the fact that the two poets contributed to the literature of the famine more than 100 years apart, with Lady Wilde, or who at the time was Jane Elgie, having written her poem The Stricken Land in 1847, and Yvonne Boland publishing her poem Quarantine in 2001. Both poets have had a significant impact on how the famine is remembered today. Jane Elgie's poem, The Stricken Land, helped to set the precedent for famine literature through her use of vivid imagery and spectral language to depict images of children and adults alike starving to death. Boland continued this traumatic legacy with her poem Quarantine, in which she likewise used spectral language to depict the tragic death of two adults affected by both starvation and famine fever. As a part of my further exploration of the impact of this traumatic legacy, I came across a paper in which Marian Eade, an English professor, quoted a speech from 1995 in which former Irish President Mary Robinson described the famine as, and I quote, an event which more than any other shaped us as a people. It remains one of the strongest, most poignant links of memory and feeling that connects us to our diaspora. With so many people having either died or emigrated from Ireland during the famine, very few people were left to pass on their own personal experiences of starvation. Many of the people who experienced it were affected to the point of death. Thus, literature such as the poems of Jane Elgie and Yvonne Boland have come to define the memory of the famine and have accordingly steeped this cultural memory in trauma. Thank you.
Next, we have Rachel Sankey and August Wigman talking about historical truth and contemporary Irish poetry.
All right, hi, I'm Rachel Sankey. Hi, I'm August Wigman. So August and I spent most of our college career studying a lot of poetry. So when we were both diving into our research papers for Hungry 40s, it was pretty natural for us to gravitate towards Yvonne Boland's work as well as Speranza. So we both found out that we ended up writing papers on them and teamed up together. On top of that, a lot of Irish famine history, records were either lost or history was erased. And so a lot of that went missing, and that means like a lot of stories of the lives that were lost went missing as well. And so contemporary poets like Yvonne Boland are kind of trying to revive that in their poems, even though they may have been written like 100 years later. So while we were looking into that, we figured out that a lot of Irish contemporary poetry can sometimes exaggerate to convey the truth and can be used as a tool to revive forgotten truth and almost not like living up to a legacy, but giving back these people's lives that were lost and their stories that were forgotten. And then like contemporary poets write about the famine to humanize those that went through it and lost their lives to it, and it emphasizes their struggles as well. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Boland herself before we get into the work that she published. Yeah, so Boland was born in Dublin in 1944, and when she was 5 years old, her family moved to the UK. And a lot of her poems indicate that that move to England had a major impact on her, and they suggest that even when she was 5 years old, she had an inkling that the history she was being taught in Britain was not her own history. So she didn't live through the famine, obviously. Being born in 1944 is almost 100 years afterwards. So she writes about it to exaggerate and use metaphor to convey truth and revive historical truth. Her work shows how the past and present are layered together, a palimpsest of cultural memory, its imperatives, and its failures. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the poem Quarantine, which Tabitha kind of prefaced for me. So one of the lines from or one of the stanzas from the poem that stands out most and shows how much she's kind of using or exaggerating truth to humanize the lives is where she writes, "In the morning they were both found dead, of cold, of hunger, of the toxins of a whole history. But her feet were held against his breastbone. The last heat of his flesh was his last gift to her." And so obviously the two people in the poem, they are imagined, but they could have very easily been a couple that was suffering the Irish famine together and left on what they would call like the famine road to try and escape kind of like the horrors that they were going through, but ended up dying in the process. On top of that, Boland also wrote this poem called The Achill Woman. And The Achill Woman is about an actual Irish woman that Boland met, and is a great example of how the Irish woman with who Boland seeks to align herself is often linked with the famine of the 1840s. And Boland recalls that, this is like as the Irish woman, that she kept repeating to me that they were great people, the people in the famine. Great people, I had never heard that before. And so this poem about the Achill Woman makes her more than a motif and just kind of, again, is going to humanize her a little bit more as well, just like Boland did in Quarantine, too. So I'm going to talk about Boland's poem, The Famine Road. So it exemplifies Boland's interest in the past, the present, and in womanhood as it intertwines the conversations of British officials during the famine and a doctor's diagnosis of a woman as infertile in the present. The officials cruelly talk of creating a road for the Irish poor to build, quote, from nowhere, going nowhere, of course, stating that the useless work will keep them occupied and stop them from revolting. Suffering from famine and disease, the Irish die as they work on the useless road, and the others continue on without the diseased and sick, too tired to even mourn them. So cultural trauma comes into play with the intertwined narrative of the infertile woman. Boland weaves the two together through alternating stanzas, creating an extended metaphor comparing the famine to personal infertility, culminating in the lines, quote, "What is your body now, if not a famine road?" End quote. The cruelty of the British officials in the alternate stanzas echo the words of the woman's doctor, creating parallels between the two situations, while never straying too far from the trauma inflicted by the famine. So this poem identifies how the situation of the famine was exacerbated by the British refusal to suspend the export of grain and other foodstuffs and supply it to starving farmers in culturally distinct peripheries. Boland is able to revive the truth of how the famine affected the lower class Irish and still affects people of Irish descent today by tying history and cultural trauma together and by speaking back to British oppressors by revealing their cruelty. Okay. We have one more sentence. Boland passed away in 2020, so she passed away last year, but through her work, historical truths of Irish trauma from the famine can be revealed. Now we're done.
Thank you. Okay. Julie Yang will talk about narratives in witness literature, the Holocaust, and the Irish famine.
Hello, everyone. So today I was researching about how narratives in witness literature, specifically with the Holocaust and the Irish famine, both have credit, whether it's fictional, like Evan Boland's poetry, or whether it's non-fictional, like how I investigated Eli Wiesel's Night. They have credit because they are interpretations of history, and they help people pull away from the taboo of talking about uncomfortable and inhumane subjects. They force people to acknowledge and remember that the Holocaust and the Irish famine happened. And so the Irish famine, as we've been talking about, occurred in 1840, and you've gotten a lot of information to when that occurred. The Holocaust occurred from the 1930s to the 1940s, of which Jewish and anyone who was deemed unfit in Nazi society were persecuted and sent to internment camps and gas chambers. To begin with, Elie Wiesel's Night. Elie Wiesel is a Auschwitz camp survivor, and he decided to write his story in his novel Night. And in one of the first few pages, we're introduced to Moish the Beetle, who has just recently escaped from the Jewish persecution. And Moish says, quote, "I wanted to return to Siget to describe to you my death, so that you might ready yourselves while there is still time. I wanted to come back to warn you, only no one is listening to me." And it felt so vital that Elie Wiesel put this in the beginning of his story. No one can comprehend what happened. For as much as we can learn about how many people died in the Holocaust and what they suffered through, we can't really understand what they felt. We can't really understand the amount of abuse that was wrought upon them. And this really stems into the criticism that is put towards fictional narratives. How can you, who haven't lived through the Holocaust or the Irish famine, write about it when you don't really understand what famine was? And I want to contrast this with Evan Boland's poem Quarantine, which between the lines 16 and 18, she writes, "There is only time for this merciless inventory, their death together in the winter of 1847, also what they suffered and how they lived." And I bring up this point because for as much as this might be a fictional tale about a couple who died during the winter of 1847, it also directly challenged Britain's declaration in 1847 that the Irish famine was over. It showed a story that was similar across Ireland in the worst winter of the worst year of the famine. And even more, it really hones into the consequence of Britain trying to hush up the Irish famine and how long it persisted even after their declaration. It really showed how not discussing the Irish famine, what happened during the Irish famine and its aftermath had lasting consequences where the people today still are uncomfortable and don't want to talk about what happened during the Great Hunger. Christine Kindley, who is the founding director of Ireland's Great Hunger Institute, wrote a book about the Great Famine in Ireland, Impact, Ideology, and Rebellion, in which she stated, "Suffering, morality, and blame were minimalized, and the legacy of colonialism and the role of cultural stereotyping and racist attitudes were marginalized." And it really showed how Boland's poetry becomes important, because Boland is directly talking about how these people were marginalized, talking about what these people suffered through, and ensuring that their story is told when people want it to be forgotten. And now that's the Irish famine. It makes sense that it's not as well known, and thus people aren't as aware about it, aren't as open to talk about it. But what about the Holocaust? It's one of the most well-known historical events that have ever happened, and it's taught about in almost all schools. Well, unfortunately, there's still the Holocaust denial. And in fact, one of the founding movements of it occurred in the United States. George Lincoln Rockwell was the president of the American Nazi Party who spearheaded Holocaust denial in the US. And although not to the extreme of denying the Holocaust happened at all, which does exist, it was about forcing Nazi responsibility off of the Holocaust, ensuring the Nazi Party and its ideologies remained clear of it so that it could continue to be practiced in the United States. And it showed a lot about how interpretations of history, whether it's George Lincoln Rockwell's interpretation that Nazis weren't involved in the Holocaust, or in the idea that Britain declared the Irish famine to be over in 1840, can be challenged in narratives, and narratives are able to show that these things can be interpreted differently. And even more so, narratives, both fictional and non-fictional, can tell you what happened during the Holocaust and the Irish famine, can make headway into opening these discussions about not only what happened, but how people suffered, even if it's in a degree that we can't understand. Thank you.
So next we have Bailey Stewart and Austin Votis talking about Speranza, Hope, which is Speranza's name, and Irish nationalism.
After the Acts of Union in 1800, Ireland was absorbed into the United Kingdom, which was a political move not appreciated by young Irish revolutionaries who preferred their independence. In 1842, a radical Irish newspaper titled The Nation was created to support the Irish politician Daniel O'Connell's movement to repeal the Acts of Union. During its run, works were published primarily with the intent to create an all-Irish identity, refusing to be identified as British citizens and instead publishing writing and poetry to spread their Irish nationalist ideals. Dr. Jean-Pierre Panay, in his journal about the Young Irish Movement, observed, "The Nation seems to have considered that the best advocates of national identities were not to be found among legislations and politicians, but among a nation's poets and historians, whose writings could transfix a nation's ever-changing identity." Speranza was one of those poets.
So, Jane Elgee was a woman of many talents whose influence is still apparent today. Elgee was a mother of Oscar and Willie Wilde, Oscar Wilde, who became a writer just like his mother. She was a linguist, a translator, a woman's advocate, a writer, a poet, and a nationalist. During the years 1846 through 1848, she wrote for The Nation, and her poems were published in it. During that time, she became Ireland's most popular and influential poet, and under the pseudonym Speranza, which, as Nesbitt said, is the Irish word for hope, Speranza advocated for aid of Ireland and the Irish during the Irish famine, as well as provided hope to the millions that were suffering during the famine. So, death, starvation, and famine had spread across Ireland, and the actual death toll of the Irish famine is unknown. But millions died and many more suffered. Mothers and fathers lost their children, children became orphaned, and many citizens of Ireland found it difficult to keep their hope for a better tomorrow. Through her poetry, Speranza united Ireland and provided hope to those who were suffering. Her most famous poem that held the most influence on the Irish and the rest of the world was published in 1847, which was the worst year of the famine. Her poem was first titled The Stricken Land and later titled The Famine Years. One line is, "We are fainting in our misery, but God will hear our groan." And she uses religious language to provide hope for those suffering. And with this, she is interpreting that the Holy Spirit will intercede for them using wordless groans, which to remind the Irish that they would be saved in the afterlife and that their suffering would be heard. Religion provided strength in times of great need, as many in Ireland were religious, and she provided them hope through God and heaven. In another line, "But God will take vengeance for the souls whom Christ died," and reminds the Irish that in the afterlife they will be saved, and that they still have heaven, and those who are not helping them, they will have their vengeance on them and will get what was coming.
Speranza loved her country as well as she loved Irish folklore, and she would include myths and fables in a lot of her work. She also collected folklore itself. Perhaps her most famous work was titled The Stricken Land, which is now better known as The Famine Year, after it was published in post The Nation books and republishings. Creating a distance between the subject of the poem and the event itself. Published 2 years after the beginning of the Great Irish Famine in 1845, not only did it describe the prevailing miserable Irish condition, but it squarely put the blame on the shoulders of the stranger, a very thinly veiled accusation of the British government. The entire first stanza has the same accusatory tone. "Weary men, what reap ye? Golden corn for the stranger. What sow ye? Human corpses that wait for the avenger. Fainting forms, hunger-stricken, what see you in the offing? Stately ships to bear our food away, among the strangers scoffing. There's a proud array of soldiers, what do they round your door? They guard our master's granaries from the thin hands of the poor. The stricken land takes away any potential Irish onus for the effects of the famine, like their own government's mismanagement of the situation. She especially focuses on British absentee farmland landlords, which is a phenomenon where British landowners pay Irish farm workers to reap the food, but then they just ship it back to Britain without actually giving any of it back to Ireland. So they make food, but they can't eat it. The bleak and stark descriptors viewed through a nationalist lens serves to create a more palpable and tangible villain in Speranza's story, likewise painting the Irish people as the unhappy and ill-fated heroes. The last stanza, God will take vengeance for the souls of whom Christ died. For the angel of the trumpet will know them as he passes. A ghastly spectral army before the great God will stand and arraign ye as our murderers, the spoilers of our land. This God-appointed army of righteous, furious ghosts is Speranza's happy folklore ending. Kinda. No matter how bad the Irish famine can get, even if the people are wiped from the map as a result, God is on their side. Dr. Simon Price speaks on the prevailing Irish nationalist movement and its relationship with folklore. In this quote, ideas about folk tales can be applied to the narrative forms of Irish nationalism, with their fixed elements, roles assigned in advance, and promises of a happy ending. 1 year after the Stricken Land, in 1848, the Young Ireland movement attempted a rebellion against the British government, with figures like the Nation editor and contributor John Blake Dillon playing an active part in the failed coup. The uprising was squashed, but the Irish nationalist spirit refused to go out and would continue their attempts to regain their independence by force, which Speranza encouraged because it's the same way that the French got their eventual independence as well. From the March Rising in 1916 to the eventual but partial split from the UK in 1921, which is its own thing. While Speranza may have inspired hope in her readers, she and other contributors to radical newspapers like The Nation contributed to the conflict-driven nationalist movement that would eventually tumble into the troubles over 100 years after its initial publication.
Next, we have Khalil Hussein talking about our research methods during this course.
Thank you. Evidently, as seen by some of the previous presentations, information can be very easy to manipulate. Think back to Blake's presentation and Janelle's. This grants anybody the ability to fabricate the truth. In modern times, you can find examples in the form of scams, identity theft, and misleading headlines, otherwise known as clickbait. Assuming everyone here has had experience of clickbait, you've also experienced the manipulation of information. Now, why believe clickbait to begin with? Well, why not? Think back to your favorite book or piece of media, as I provide an example here. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. The character of Rochester is hiding a huge secret. Don't worry, I won't spoil it. Before we learn of the secret, we do not question Rochester's authority until we are given a reason to do so. In other words, Rochester here is the origin of the information. In epistemology, the study of knowledge, the origin of the info is one of the three aspects along with the nature of it and the scope of it. Rochester being the origin, he can manipulate how much info he shares, giving us the whole or just half of the truth. Another example can be found in Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, in which, almost like a puzzle, we get the full picture of the Wuthering Heights through the information we receive from the characters in the book. In this example, the nature and origin of the info derives from the characters, and we do not understand the full scope of it until we get all the pieces and all the loose ends get tied. Non-digital examples can be found within newspapers, costing too much for below middle-class individuals, leaving them in the unknown. With information being so easy to manipulate, how do we distinguish the truth from what could be fabrications? Using epistemology, we look at the origin of the source, sometimes more than one, to establish credibility. We also look at the nature of the information, whether it is video or audio. A book may be a peer-reviewed article. Then the scope, how much of it can actually be true and backed by similar research. Truth can be fabricated, but as mentioned, there are ways to separate the real from the fake. Thank you.
to go first? I can go last. I'll go first. Hi, everyone, again. So while we were putting together these presentations, we had started the archival research project, which included us going up to the 7th floor of the Coffin Library to kind of just do some explorative research on different moments of the 1840s. And I was given Pleasant Ridge, which is a community of escaped slaves and freemen that existed in Grant County from 1848 to like roughly the early 1960s, when the last descendant had passed away. And throughout this experience, I was really trying to find a way to compare Pleasant Ridge and the Hungry 40s specifically, like that narrow look in the 1840s. I was really trying to compare them. And I couldn't. And I think I want to leave you all with this research idea that research doesn't always have to fit your study, especially given research, right? Because for this this project, we were given specific eras in history. And maybe we might find some comparison with the migration to Wisconsin of the Irish and these escaped slaves and freemen. And we may also find comparisons in wanting to leave these oppressive and inhumane institutions of imperialism, colonization, and slavery. But when you really look at Pleasant Ridge and the thriving community that it created, and you look at the Hungry 40s and all the devastation, the hunger, the ghostly trauma, the literally everything mentioned here, you just can't compare them. And it's something that I think we are not told enough as students, as undergraduate students, that research doesn't always have to relate to your study, because we're always told to go and find things and make sure they fit. And we've done that with our presentations, but when we are given research to specifically relate to our studies, sometimes they aren't going to match them, and they won't fit or mold the way you want them to. And I think I wanted to leave that to all of you to know that it's a thing that's going to happen, or it can happen. So yeah, now I'll pass it to Mariah.
Hi, okay, so I like to introduce you to Clara Shu Yi-sun. I had her, and despite, along with she got a time period during the 1840s, I had something that wasn't close to there. So Deb of the Archives, she came together with many documents for us all to look at. And I got Sun, who was born in 1919, or not 1919, she was born in 1925. I had that wrong. She was born in 1919. Okay, sorry, that was my mix-up. And she was born obviously outside of that time frame. But she had to immigrate to the United States, similar to people in Ireland who had to immigrate outside of Ireland to possibly survive. And she was hungry for education and to return to her people to help give back what they gave to her. So her whole attempt was to go to the United States, get her graduate degree in Western philosophy, and then return to China to help them. However, things did not go her way. And eventually, she got stuck in the United States. And in 1968, during the oral presentation, which is what I had to read, it was a written out document, she had a conversation, and she was talking about her life and how she taught Chinese language at UW-Madison. She got a visa in 1976, she got a visa to go back to see her father, who was on his deathbed. However, communication was very just lacking. It was not on her side. And eventually she learned that her father died 2 weeks before she called her siblings and was able to communicate by phone, which was really different back then with old broad stuff. So during this interview, one of her last conversations she had was her plan to go back to China, because that was her whole goal. She was hungry to go back. She wanted to go back. And she said that she had plans to go back to China in 1995 after she retires. And during this time, this interview was in 1993. there's no documentation if she made it to China or back to China. So this information of the archives correlates with what Carlin just said, that some research leads to more research. So now I want to know, like, did she make it?
Hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you for presenting fantastic research. And I really do hope that you all continue with research. It's fantastic to hear how far you got. So I want to open it up to questions to both our online people as well as anyone else here. But before that, I do have one burning question to ask all of you. So we all studied everything back in the 1840s and how that affected that time period. Does anyone want to share their ideas of how that affects us contemporarily? Like, how does that affect us today? Okay. Okay. Yes, hi.
Thank you. So this might be a little off topic, but if we're thinking about like the Irish famine and how they didn't have any food to eat, I think a lot about a couple semesters ago I took like a environmental class, and we talked a lot about overpopulation and how we're just running out of supplies, and that we're, you think about like growing crops and with GMOs, and then like stuff with soil enrichment and that stuff just kind of going out the window. So I think a lot about like what could happen in the future if our population continually grows and we don't have enough supplies to feed them. And so, granted, with the Irish famine, there was like British involvement and things that they did that they shouldn't have done. But for us to like look back on research and see what the Irish people went to and how to avoid that for us in the future, I think is something that I've thought about a lot since the class.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone else want to share? Oh, yes, hi.
So I think one of the things that you can put to a contemporary lens is this idea that since literature was so popular in the 1840s, we do know of it, but we don't know all of it. And I think this form of literature that we've been studying really reveals, poems that we had maybe come into contact with. And this allows us to know more about what was really going on in the 1840s and the things that were trying to be covered up and the things that, maybe were lost to history but are revived through poems and through fictitious work. So that's what I would say we put into a contemporary, lens, is that we as scholars and as we move forward in our research are able to take these ideas that literature is always going to mean something more when you compare it to maybe things that you weren't taught in lower level courses. And then that you are able to know now more of this era in time that we traditionally don't know a lot of.
Thank you. Alrighty, so anyone else? Okay, do we have any questions from our online people? Oh, sorry, Cassidy, okay.
So I am not in this class, I'm a guest, but I just, obviously, but I just had a question about when I came into this, I didn't know a whole lot about the Hungry 40s, and I found this presentation really interesting. And I just wanted to ask the class at large if there was anything in this semester that you really enjoyed reading and that you would recommend for me to read, just like if I wanted to learn more about this stuff.
All right, right away I saw Austin's hand.
Yeah, the stricken land is really sad. It's gonna give you a bad time. Yeah, just like on both of those questions, reading Speranza and like starting to get into Irish nationalism as a concept was like tip of the iceberg. Like, oh my God, this is way more than I expected. Like, I could write a college thesis on just like the stuff that Nesbitt has given me on this topic. Like, so many different like uprisings and stuff that I can directly link back to this. In my original paper, I also compared it to like Trumpism, which is a fun little contemporary spin. But Speranza's literature is very interesting, especially once you look at it through these different lenses of like, where is she putting the folklore? Where is she putting the, like, striking up national pride? That would be my thing.
Right, awesome. Okay.
I would recommend reading The Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Sequel in Many Lands by Mary Sequel. It's a very interesting autobiography about her life. She went from the Caribbean up north into Northern America, and she lived in there during the gold rush. And then she went over to Britain, and then she helped them fight in the Crimean War. And it's just her whole life experience, and it's very interesting.
All right, awesome. Indigo, did I see your hand? Okay, sorry. Okay, any other questions? All right, awesome. So I also really want to ask you all about A Christmas Carol. So my personal experience is from the 1951's black and white version called Scrooge. That's the very first movie that I ever saw of A Christmas Carol. That's the movie that my parents watch every year. So learning about that and actually seeing it through the eyes of everyone here and through the 1840s, I wanted to know specifically, is Scrooge a good representation of wealth back in the 1840s? Right, I see Janelle's hand.
I talked about it a little in the longer version of my paper, and unfortunately had to cut it out due to timing today, but I talked about Scrooge, and I think somebody else quoted the scene in their paper where they're asking him for donations, and he says, well, aren't there workhouses? Don't we have laws about that? And I think, a lot of what I talked about in my paper proves that that's not the case. Those workhouses weren't great, but Scrooge would have been a part of that class that had the right to vote, wasn't being impacted by their own laws, and was just sort of ignorant to the problems that they were creating. So in that sense, I think Scrooge is a very accurate representation of people of that time who, the people who were wealthy enough to avoid the problems didn't really see the full scope of sort of what they were causing.
All right, and here's Julie.
Interesting enough, in contrast to that, I don't think Scrooge was that accurate of what wealth looked like during that era, particularly because I just think of his economic class as a businessman. He's just a higher mid-class man who does have privileges, but he's not exactly that wealthy. And the fact that he really only has that one store, and he has enough wealth to give out donations, but he's also very, like his name, he just doesn't want to spend a lot of money. And so I think because of that, with especially the tension that exists with merchants, which I feel really comes out in Sweeney Todd with how these business people are scheming and eating people, there wasn't that good of a representation of what the middle class looked like, especially with merchants and business people. So I think he did fit with the idea that he was wealthy enough that he avoided the problems of the Great Hunger, but not wealthy enough or with enough distinction to be able to represent what wealth might have looked like during that era.
Very interesting. Thank you, Julie. All right, anyone else have any ideas? No? All right, gonna check.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question for several people who worked on Speranza, and maybe some other people who have ideas too. And that's about audience, because a lot of you talked about audience, about who the audiences for the Penny Dreadfuls were, for A Christmas Carol, the modern audiences for the legacy of the 1840s. Who, if you were working on Speranza's poetry, who do you think was supposed to read the nation, particularly within Ireland? Yeah. So let's Mariah and then Carlin. Yeah.
All right, Mariah.
I actually worked on this in my paper, but I didn't do it for my presentation. When talk about Speranza, it was as I read it and I did my research, it was kind of when I read it, it was she was looking at, it wasn't particularly Britain, the ones that were oppressing them. It was more so of the Ireland heritage, the ones that have those roots. And she's writing this saying, hey, you, don't forget, this is who we are. This is where we came from. And I think that's kind of more saddening than the fact that it's more saddening to look at it that way. as her audience than to be talking to her oppressors, because people do forget like where they came from and how far they have come.
Thank you. All right, Carlin.
Yeah, and I actually agree with that point because I think Bailey and Austin made this very, very clear is that, Speranza is really amplifying Irish nationalism. And while I did mention in my paper and also somewhat in the presentation that, yes, she is pointing blame at the British in some stanzas of the poem, that ultimately is not what the poem is about. And I think it's really important to, consider that while she does have these different factors of, okay, well, maybe the audience might be different, the overall audience is like Mariah had pointed out and like Bailey and Austin had mentioned, it is the Irish people that she is talking to. And it's this idea that you are not to forget who you are because you should be proud of who you are. And I think that idea of being proud of your culture was lost during the famine. And I think Speranza, by using Irish nationalism in her poems and that being the audience, is a way to revive that. So yeah.
All right, thank you. All right.
So I pointed out in line 25, we are fainting in our misery, but God will hear our groan. And the fact that she uses we and our during the poem, I think that she is relating herself to those that are suffering and is saying we as a country, we are suffering, but it will be okay for us. So I think that just further points out that this is to the Irish and like trying to unite them and
Thank you so much. All right, here's Austin.
Small addition to that. Considering that she didn't really actually suffer from any effects of the famine, but she was able to observe them, I think as you, in her shoes, as she's seeing people die and seeing people leave, I do think, as several people have pointed out already, she does take on, as well as her nationalist side, she takes on like a in the moment historian sort of role in preserving a culture or reminding a culture, especially of folklore, which is what she's interested in.
All right, thank you so much. And I believe that concludes our conference. Thank you so much, class of literary eras and speaking on the Hungry 40s. Fantastic research to all of you.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us this afternoon for a presentation on disinformation and the crisis of human-caused climate disruption. I'm David Velker. I'm a professor of history and humanities here at UW Green Bay. So thanks to those of you who are joining us virtually, as well as the folks in the room. I appreciate you being here. I wanted to get started with just a few basics about human-caused climate disruption as I understand the topic. These are some of my basic assumptions. One of them is that the underlying mechanism behind climate change, the greenhouse effect, has been understood for over a century, just the basic principle of the greenhouse effect. And climate scientists have been directly measuring atmospheric carbon dioxide for over 60 years and have amazing historical data going back hundreds of thousands of years based on ice core samples. So we have a tremendous amount of data that has been very carefully analyzed that correlates carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, as well as other greenhouse gases, with global climate change and global warming. Since the 1980s, for over 30 years now, climate scientists have been sounding clear warning bells about the problem of human-caused climate change. And there is an overwhelming consensus, which I'll say a little bit more about, among climate scientists, not just here in the United States, but worldwide, that human-caused climate change is actually happening. It's happening right now. It has been happening for some time. I'd like to add that historically, the United States and other wealthy nations have contributed tremendously to the greenhouse gas buildup that's currently in the atmosphere. And that includes, of course, especially carbon dioxide, but also methane, nitrous oxide, and some CFCs. So the United States and people in the Western world and the more affluent nations bear a substantial responsibility for this problem. And finally, it's also a reality that people from less wealthy nations, from developing nations, from impoverished nations, are likely to suffer disproportionately from the harm caused by climate change. And I'm using the label human-caused climate disruption here really intentionally to foreground first that it's anthropogenic, human-caused. So instead of just talking about global warming or climate change, to be really clear about the what kind of climate change we're talking about, and that this climate change is going to, it's going to be a disruption of climate patterns that have been in place for quite some time, and that it's also going to cause disruption for human societies, for our global civilization. If we think about global economic institutions and global political institutions, but also very much on a national and regional and local level. So it is, I think it's important to recognize that it's not neutral, it's not potentially positive, that it is a disruption. And not just for humans, but for ecosystems and all the living beings in those ecosystems. So those are a few of my basic assumptions. And when I'm talking about misinformation and disinformation, a lot of it has to do with ideas that question those assumptions or that deny those assumptions. We usually think about climate change as a technical problem and also a political and policy problem. And it certainly is both of those things. As a historian, I'm not able to design a game-changing solid-state sodium battery that's going to change everything. I'm not able to write new laws, but I think that historians can study the history of human-caused climate change and can try to understand the problem more deeply in ways that can be helpful, especially when it comes to the role of disinformation, not in causing the climate disruption problem, but in exacerbating it. And by disinformation, I mean misinformation that is intentionally generated and spread in order to meet specific goals. For nearly 40 years, the fossil fuel industry and conservative think tanks have spread disinformation on climate change in support of two related goals. First, for financial gain, to protect the profitability of coal and oil and natural gas. And second, for ideological reasons, to prevent governments, especially the federal government here in the United States, from imposing new regulations and investing in the transition away from fossil fuels. Along the way, this makeshift consortium of fossil fuel companies, industry organizations, and think tanks have been aided and abetted by the news media. And I don't just mean the usual suspects here. So Fox News, Rush Limbaugh, and talk radio along those lines, and even more respectable outlets like the Wall Street Journal. I do include those media outlets, and they've been particularly egregious in promoting disinformation. Excuse me. But I would also add, based on some recent research, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the LA Times. These are stalwarts of the left-leaning press. They played a role in casting doubt on the scientific consensus regarding human-caused climate change. The results of this disinformation campaign have been profoundly significant. Throughout this period and today, the United States had the biggest economy on the planet. Any international plans to confront the problem of human-caused climate disruption really needed the full participation and even the leadership of the United States in order to be successful. But the United States did not ratify the 1997 Kyoto Protocol, and as recently as a year ago, November of last year, President Donald Trump withdrew the United States from the 2015 Paris Agreement. This was not an isolated incident. Trump had repeatedly declared climate change to be a hoax, and the Trump administration also used the full clout of the federal government to try to stop the state of California from increasing automobile fuel efficiency standards. Although President Biden brought the United States back into the Paris Agreement on his very first day in office, that was January 20 of this year, climate change still remains a political football. That's the only reference to football in my talk, and probably the only one I feel qualified to make. Meanwhile, the concerted effort to prevent the United States from confronting the reality of human-caused climate change has played a significant, if hard to calculate, role in delaying a meaningful international response to this global problem. And this is what I mean when I say that a disinformation campaign has really exacerbated the problem of climate change. And we know from other kinds of research in the social sciences that misinformation can be very difficult to address. Very carefully calculated disinformation campaigns, even more so. They're very, very carefully crafted to try to persuade people. And we know that once people make up their minds, especially if their friends, family members, co-workers, people they go to church with, and so forth, the people they really identify with, if they're persuaded a particular way, it can be really hard to change somebody's mind. So misinformation is very potent. in that way. And when you address misinformation, often you're repeating the erroneous idea, which can reinforce it. It's giving attention to an idea that is false, and so that's problematic. And moreover, it can tend to provoke a defensive response. So it's really difficult to address misinformation and especially disinformation effectively. When we try to do this, it can put people into a defensive position, and they don't want to change their minds necessarily. And it's not just because they're uneducated or they're not intelligent. This is really a fundamental human response to want to belong to a community, and when certain ideas are supported in the community, to reject those ideas is a very difficult thing to do. It's my hope here that by using history, we can understand the disinformation and maybe disarm it. I don't expect it to be easy to do so, but I'm following here on the historical research of especially Naomi Oreskes and also Eric Conway, who co-authored a book called Merchants of Doubt, and some other scholars as well, but I think that their work has been incredibly important in this field. On my first slide here, and again at the end, I have a QR code and a link to my sources, so you can see other sources that I'm drawing on. So I'll go back here for a minute. I would like to note that this disinformation campaign is incredibly unfortunate because of the nature of the climate change problem. When human activities have been adding carbon dioxide and also methane to the atmosphere for a long time now, since the beginning of industrialization. So we're talking about 2 to 3 centuries. And we're talking here about from fossil fuels. Other human activities, like burning grasslands and forests, can also add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. But I'm thinking about the use of fossil fuels, and that has a cumulative effect. So the carbon dioxide from coal burned in 1890 is still in the atmosphere affecting the climate. The carbon dioxide from oil burned in 1960 is still in the atmosphere, contributing to a warming effect. That's a little bit of a simplification because some of that CO2 was absorbed by the oceans, which leads to a different problem of ocean acidification, which is a significant problem of its own. So we have a cumulative effect here. That means that every week, every month, every year, that we don't take substantial action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that the problem is getting worse. And I want to show a graph here that comes from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And there's some definite math here used to convert the effect of carbon dioxide and methane and other gases into a consistent scale in order to show the warming effects of those gases. And you can see here the cumulative effect. Carbon dioxide will affect the climate for at least hundreds, potentially thousands of years. Methane for decades. And so we can see how the concentration of those gases has been building. This goes back to 1980 or so, the late 1970s. And there hasn't been any point where the levels are decreasing. They've just been going up and up. And you could follow those lines back on down over time. We have a sort of constant increase since the beginning of industrialization. You'll notice, I think most significantly here, that since 1990, there's been a 45% increase in the heating influence of these greenhouse gases. It's a massive increase in a relatively short period of time. There are several of us in the room here today who were not only alive, but who were, young adults or thereabouts in 1990. Like, this is in the lifetime of many people alive today. And not only that, but by 1990, there was already a strong consensus among scientists about the reality of human-caused climate change, which is to say that in this period of time, the last few decades, when scientists and policymakers have known about the problem of greenhouse gases, that the problem has only gotten worse. And I think this brief history, or this brief overview of the history of disinformation regarding climate change is an important part of the story for understanding why did this happen? How did this happen? It wasn't an accident. Now, I want to be quite clear, just going to check my slide here, that the scientific consensus around climate change is well established. The historian of science I mentioned earlier, whose work has really inspired me, Naomi Oreskes, published an article called The Scientific Consensus on Climate Change back in 2004. And she analyzed almost 1,000 scientific papers that address climate change and didn't find a single paper that disagreed with the idea that climate change was a reality and that climate change was happening because of human activity. And so she was looking back over recent years. This was just a one-page article published in a prominent journal. Oreskes subsequently received death threats and was really dragged into the media in a very negative light for taking this position. And all she had done was taken a very clear-eyed analytical view at the scientific literature on the subject of climate change. That was 2004. Now, since then, as you might imagine, the field of climate science has continued to evolve. And Naomi Oreskes was part of a larger study. And you can see there are many authors here on this study, and it almost sounds ridiculous that this is necessary. Excuse me. But the title here from this 2015 article is Consensus on Consensus, a synthesis of consensus estimates on human-caused global warming. So there had been so much doubt cast on climate change, not from scientists, but from the oil industry, the fossil fuel industry, conservative think tanks, and so forth, that it became necessary to start to study and make the case that there was a consensus. And then from there, to round up all these studies of consensus to show there's a consensus that there is a consensus. We have not yet gotten to the point of a consensus on consensus on consensus, but we may well get there. Such is our political scene here in the United States. So just a few highlights from this article. This is actually from the abstract. A again, this was rounding up several studies on consensus regarding climate change. And they found that a 97% consensus, it's robust and consistent with other surveys of climate scientists in peer-reviewed studies. So this is not really something that can be questioned at this point. And there were all kinds of tactics to try to cast doubt on the idea that scientists had a consensus on climate change, including a phony petition effort, gathered thousands of names, and when you look at them really closely, and I've looked at some of them, you'll see that there are very few climate scientists who signed this petition. There was no verification process. There are lots of medical doctors and other people with some scientific credential, but who don't have any training whatsoever in climate science, who signed that document. That's something you could look up if you're interested. I actually don't want to give it any more time right now. One of the problems that scientists recognized very early on was that given the nature of the problem, the way that the greenhouse gases accumulate in the atmosphere and don't go away. I mean, there are ways to draw down carbon dioxide. There's a natural cycle of that works with the seasons in the northern hemisphere. But to substantially change the atmosphere, to draw down carbon, is a big project. So there was a recognition that by the time enough research had been done on the problem, that it might be too late. In fact, the chair of the Climate Research Board, who was a professor at UW-Madison, Werner Suomi, he wrote in an important report in 1979 that the study group points out that the ocean, that great and ponderous flywheel of the global climate system, may be expected to slow the course of observable climate change. Not only is the ocean absorbing carbon dioxide, but it was also absorbing a lot of the excess heat. So part of global warming is also warming of the oceans. A wait and see policy may mean waiting until it is too late. So that's a significant concern here. Let's see, Paula, can I get a quick reminder about what time I'm wrapping up? Is it 1:50? Okay, yeah, so I'll try to move things along here. By 1983, there was a report of nearly 500 pages by the National Academy of Sciences with strong scientific support for human-caused climate change. However, we can start to see politics getting mixed in here. There were two prominent economists working with a few others who also had chapters in this book, in this report, and they didn't question the science, but they were calling for more research, for being calm, being cautious, not making lots of changes in response to this problem, because they thought that it would be too expensive or something like that it would disrupt the economy. And that view made its way into the synthesis or the summary for the report. And so even though it didn't really reflect the conclusion of the scientists, that political view from economics began to affect the perception and the reception of this research. So that later that year, when this report was released, excuse me, I went one slide too far. Let's see here. Oh, I may have shuffled my slides a little bit. Bear with me just 1 second here. All right, did I delete that slide? Yeah, okay. So, here we go. I don't know what happened there, but the New York Times published an article kind of summarizing these results, and the chair of the committee that produced this report was quoted saying, "We feel we have 20 years to examine the options before we have to make drastic plans. In that 20 years, we can close critical gaps in our knowledge." Well, this is not what the scientists were saying at all. This was a political assessment. The scientist who said this, William Nierenberg, went on to work for, he retired within the year, and then he started to work for a conservative think tank. And this is the Marshall Institute. Just getting my slides synchronized here. And his work there was to cast doubt on climate change as a serious problem. He actually co-authored a book that was based on misleading and cherry-picked data. Most egregiously, he and his co-authors, who were scientists, picked out one graph from an important study, and they just focused in on one part of that graph, and they reprinted that multiple times. They ignored the data in the other graphs, and they used a slice of one graph to try to undermine the conclusions of the report, which suggested that global warming was a serious problem. And this actually had a political effect. Nierenberg went on to brief people in George H.W. Bush's White House, and his ideas had a significant impact there. So we can start to see the way that political analysis and economics were interfering with the transmission of the conclusions of the scientists. And the scientists were becoming increasingly clear about the concerns that they had. I have a lot more information about that, but I think I'll skip ahead a little bit here. And just note that as the scientific consensus grew, a more concerted pushback began. It wasn't just the Marshall Institute. The oil industry was organizing, the fossil fuel industry was organizing to try to draw climate change into question. And so you start to see advertisements like this, which took a USDA map showing the hardiness zones for gardeners and farmers, and used that to make an argument that climate change wasn't really happening, for example. So that's a good example of, cherry picking some piece of data and trying to use that to overturn the work of hundreds and eventually thousands of scientists. Moreover, in the news media, and not just, again, on Fox News, there was a movement toward trying to be, quote unquote, balanced. Unfortunately, what this meant was that scientific views promoted by scientists and representing the scientific consensus were, again, quote unquote, balanced by views that were not scientific, that weren't based in scientific research, that had no scientific merits, that were political, that were ideological. And so these things are balanced. And this was happening, again, even in liberal-leaning publications like the New York Times. Not just the Wall Street Journal, which is another newspaper that Boykoff and Boykoff looked at in this really great study from 2004. I don't really have time to get into the details of their analysis, but one thing they found was that almost 80% of the stories about climate change between 1988 and 2002 in the Times, the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, LA Times, took what they were could characterize as a balanced view in terms of what kind of response should there be to climate change. Which is to say, well, on the one hand, we have scientists who are saying this is a really serious problem, we need to take action now because the effects of greenhouse gases are cumulative. On the other hand, we have people who say climate change isn't real, it's too expensive to make these changes, this will be bad for the economy, and so forth and so on. So again, we can see a watering down of the scientific consensus. This was, again, not accidental. These news outlets were playing into a media environment where there was a kind of demand for this sort of balance. The efforts of the oil industry, the coal industry, conservative think tanks had shifted the discussion in such a way, they had distorted the discussion in such a way that what we might think of as reputable media outlets were in a sense pandering to the people who were spreading disinformation. Now, I think this is no longer the case for most of these newspapers, but it made a real impact. I think I want to stop there, even though there's surely a lot more we could talk about, and just see if folks have questions. Yes, please. Brian, would you mind stepping up to the microphone there? You may have to turn that on.
Oh, geez. It is on, I think. So David, really, really fascinating stuff, and thank you. It's interesting because I don't know anything about this history, but I was sort of mapping it onto something I do know something about, which is a very similar narrative surrounding gun violence, and you could draw very similar parallels. And I found myself thinking, it's interesting and weird and sort of sad how often scholars kind of get tricked into having the wrong conversation, because the conversation we should be having is how do we fix this, but they've sort of tricked us into having a conversation about is it real? And I wonder how we can, how can we avoid that? How can we stop having this conversation, grant the premise that it's real, which we know it is, and have this conversation with people who obviously don't want to have this conversation?
Right, yeah, thanks, Ryan. I wish you could see the look on my face, or the various looks on my face here, but the scholars, Naomi Oreskes and Eric Conway, who wrote the book Merchants of Doubt, which became the basis for a film, they actually explored these connections. So maybe the first case of this was with the tobacco industry and smoking. And that became a sort of template for casting doubt on the results of scientific research and shifting the public discussion. And I think you're right, it's an astute point that for some of these really important issues, not just scholars, but policymakers and activists, educators, we keep getting pushed back to, is this thing real, versus what can we do about this thing that we know is real? And we're at a point, I was on a panel earlier where this, racism, the backlash against what's perceived as the presence of critical race theory in the schools. That's becoming an argument over whether racism is real or not. So this denialism we can find in other areas as well. And I don't know the answer, but I do see some promise in looking at the history of the disinformation. It's really difficult to cope with misinformation and disinformation because it is an attempt to change the conversation. Like the conversation needs to be here, let's pull it over here. But if we look at the history, try to understand where the misleading ideas are coming from and what the motivations are. I mean, the motivations here are financial and ideological when it comes to stopping meaningful response to climate change. So I appreciate the question, and I don't know that I have a great answer, but I do think it's important to understand how we got where we are with this. Other questions? I know maybe we're out of time, but All right. Well, thank you, everybody. And if you're here in the room and you want to stick around and chat, I can, of course, take more questions. But I appreciate you coming today and hope you have a great afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Michelle McQuaid-Dewhurst, and I'm professor of music here at UW Green Bay. This year's Common Cause theme is Truth, Information, Misinformation, and Democracy. And I found it to be a little bit of a challenging theme for music, particularly when you consider the concept of truth. For there to be truth in music, there would have to be some kind of objective criteria for determining what that truth is. But music is such a sprawling field that encompasses so many different modes of expression that we find that there might be as many truths as there are genres and as there are musical cultures. So I believe, as a composer and as a performer, that in modern musical expression, each composer, each performer has to make decisions about what is true to them stylistically, emotionally, expressively. So when I found the piece that I'm about to perform, the way the composer wrote about what she was setting out to do really resonated with me. The piece is called Deep by Alex Shapiro. It was originally written for contrabassoon. So if you know the contrabassoon, the standard bassoon, right, tall, skinny orchestral instrument, the contrabassoon is even bigger and deeper and lower and really a resonant, amazing sound. So it was written for a contrabassoonist, Carolyn Beck, and it has an electronic backing track. I'm a horn player. There is a version for horn, which I'll be playing today. When Alex Shapiro first heard Carolyn Beck play the contrabassoon, she was reminded of an experience of diving underwater when visiting Belize. She says, "The lower I sank, the more beauty greeted my eyes. The flat color of the surface of the water had hidden the truth below." So that's one kind of truth. And then her philosophy as a composer comes through in her approach to this piece. This is what she has to say about the piece and about writing music in general. She says, "I want truth and nakedness in my music. I want honesty. I want the listener to feel my heart and to have their own stirred by what I offer in sound. Sometimes I make the mistake of believing that I'm not being unless I'm doing and moving. This piece was my challenge to myself to be still and present. And in doing so, I've never been as much before. Like the sea, my truth lies below, and I am happiest when I am immersed. Inhale, exhale." Please enjoy Deep by Alex Shapiro.
Thanks, Michelle. So I'm Adam Gaines, Associate Professor of Music here at UW Green Bay. And I was thinking about what to do for this program, and a couple of pieces that I had received from a Facebook friend, actually. I haven't really met in person, Amy Dunker, who's a trumpet player and composer, I thought might be sort of fitting for this because The people that these are dedicated to are, I think, truth seekers, people looking for the real truth in things, and we've lost them. And so this is sometimes we need to sort of look at what we've lost in terms of who's looking for the truth out there. So in 2020, we experienced not only a global pandemic and growing political strife, we also had to say goodbye to some of the most towering figures in art and politics, all of whom I believe made their mark by pursuing truth in all that they did. Having had the chance to meet with him myself and consider him a hero of jazz, I was personally moved at the loss of Ellis Marsalis. That one hit me kind of hard. And while I never met them, the deaths of Ruth Bader Ginsburg and John Lewis struck me as a serious loss of important voices of truth at the highest levels of government. Composer and trumpeter Amy Dunker, who teaches at Clark University in Iowa, has written these two works I'm going to perform today. And I think we share a revering of these two people. Amy says of When There Are Nine, the first piece I'm going to play, that it is a fanfare of hope for the kind of equality that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg worked so diligently towards. Ginsburg said, "When I'm sometimes asked, will there be enough women on the Supreme Court, and I say, when there are 9, people are shocked. But there'd been 9 men, and nobody's ever raised a question about that." So this is Emily Sculiofa is going to join me on the piano, and we're going to play for you When There Are 9. So for Amy Dunker's remarks on Good Trouble. Good Trouble was written in memoriam to the great civil rights leader and Congressman John Lewis, who was born in 1940 and died in 2020. Lewis was one of the Big Six leaders who organized the 1963 March on Washington, and he fulfilled many roles in the civil rights movement and its actions to end legalized racial segregation in the United States. Lewis became nationally known during his prominent role in the Selma to Montgomery marches, when on March 7, 1965, a day that would become known as Bloody Sunday, Lewis and fellow activist Hosea Williams led over 600 marchers across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. At the end of the bridge, they were met by Alabama state troopers who ordered them to disperse. When the marchers stopped to pray, the police discharged tear gas and mounted troops charged the demonstrators, beating them with nightsticks. Lewis's skull was fractured, but he escaped across the bridge to Brown Chapel, a church in Selma, which also served as the movement's headquarters. Lewis bore scars on his head from the incident for the rest of his life. Lewis was one of the most liberal members of the House and one of the most liberal congressmen to have represented a district in the Deep South. He was categorized as a hardcore liberal by On the Issues. The Washington Post described Lewis in 1998 as a fiercely partisan Democrat, but also fiercely independent. Lewis characterized himself as a strong and adamant liberal. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution said Lewis was the only former major civil rights leader who extended his fight for human rights and racial reconciliation to the halls of Congress. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution also said that to those who knew him, from U.S. senators to 20-something congressional aides, he is called the conscience of Congress. Get in good trouble, necessary trouble, and redeem the soul of America, John Lewis. He made this statement on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama on March 1st, 2020. Commemorating the tragic events of Bloody Sunday. And this piece is for unaccompanied trumpet, and I'll sort of clue you into listening for blues elements, and also listen at the end for a famous spiritual song to make its way through the texture.
Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for coming out.